kiloton engine for a precisely timed burn that increased the highest point of the spacecraft's orbit. The spacecraft remained in high orbit when the crew conducted a manual pilot demonstration to test Orion's handling capabilities known as proximity operations. Following that, the perigee raise burn adjusted Orion's perigee, or its lowest point of orbit, into the correct orbital geometry to set it up for its trans-lunar injection, or TLI, planned for today, Flight Day 2. The crew then took some much-needed rest with a 4-ish hour nap and were woken up at a mission elapsed time of 20 hours with a song called Green Light by John Legend featuring Andre 3000. And that was followed by a message from several team members of the workforce wishing the crew well as they kicked off Flight Day 2. We'll continue to follow operations here in Mission Control. I'm Nilüfer Ramji, handing things over now to our Orbit 1 commentator, Leah Cheshire Mustachio. She'll take us through the next few hours and kick off Flight Day 2 with the Artemis II mission. And you can see now in the flight control room, the teams are doing the Orbit 3 to Orbit 1 handover. This is Mission Control Houston.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Artemis Flight Control Room here at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. I'm NASA PAO Leah Cheshire Mustachio, your Orbit 1 commentator, ready to take you through a very busy day for the crew, namely with the Trans-lunar injection burn this afternoon. That is scheduled for 6:49 p.m. Central Time, expecting a 5-minute and 49-second burn on the OMS engine. Since launch yesterday from Kennedy Space Center in Florida, the crew has been in a high Earth orbit, allowing them time to check out the systems aboard the Orion spacecraft before committing to flying beyond the moon. Again, today's translunar injection burn will do just that. It'll power the crew and Orion on their trajectory to fly around the moon, and it also serves as their deorbit burn, which will bring them home and splash down off the coast of California in the Pacific Ocean. The crew aboard Orion, Commander Reed Wiseman, Pilot Victor Glover, Mission Specialist Christina Cook, and Mission Specialist Jeremy Hansen, are in their post-sleep period of the day, having just been woken up with their wake-up song, Green Light by John Legend and Andre 3000, and some wake-up messages and well wishes from teams here on the ground. As you can see, we are in a handover period here in the room. Flight Director Jeff Radigan coming back on console. He is the lead flight director for the Orbit 1 shift. Again, the crew lifted off aboard the Space Launch System rocket yesterday at 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. This is a test flight and the first flight of humans aboard the Orion spacecraft. The spacecraft is currently now over 30,000 miles from Earth. We look to expand that distance today as they leave high Earth orbit and begin their journey to the moon. While the crew is in their post-sleep period and we have entered flight day 2, let's take a moment to get reacquainted with who's flying aboard Orion. Commander Reed Wiseman is a Baltimore native. He's been in space once before during Expedition 41 on the International Space Station in 2014, a total of 165 days during that mission when he completed more than 300 science experiments with his crew members. He also served as chief of NASA's astronaut office from December 2020 to November 2022 and back on Earth has 2 daughters. The pilot of Artemis II is NASA astronaut Victor Glover. He was selected by the agency as an astronaut in 2013 while he was serving as a legislative fellow in the United States Senate. He made his first trip to space on the NASA's SpaceX Crew 1 mission in November 2020, where he launched as pilot of that mission as well. Victor is a U.S. Navy captain and naval aviator who served as a test pilot, racking up more than 3,500 flight hours in more than 40 different aircraft. And yesterday, he became the first person to pilot Orion during the proximity operations demonstration. He and his wife have 4 children. Christina Cook is our mission specialist, a native of Grand Rapids, Michigan, selected to the astronaut corps in 2013, so she and Victor were selected as part of the same class. She served as a flight engineer on the space station from March 2019 to 2020, setting a record for the longest single spaceflight by a woman and a total of 328 consecutive days in space. She also participated in the first all-female spacewalk with her colleague NASA's astronaut Jessica Meir, who's currently, again, living and working on the space station. Before she became an astronaut, Christina helped build space science instruments and led scientific work in some of the most remote places on the planet. She loves to surf, rock climb, do community service, yoga, travel, and photography. Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen is a first-time flyer on the moon as a mission specialist on the Artemis II mission. He's from London, Ontario, and was selected as an astronaut in 2009. Since then, he's worked as a Capcom in NASA's Mission Control Center here in Houston. Capcom stands for Capsule Communicator, and it's the single voice communicating with the astronauts in space. He's also participated in training exercises like living on the ocean floor off the coast of Florida to simulate deep space exploration for 7 days. In 2017, he became the first Canadian to lead a NASA astronaut class, and he also enjoys getting out on a sailboat, rock climbing, and mountain biking. Jeremy and his wife have 3 children. Those are your 4 Artemis II crew members, now over 30,000 miles from Earth, at an MET, or a mission elapsed time, of 20 hours and 51 minutes. This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, where the Orbit 1 team is on console and the crew aboard Orion is awake. They are in their post-sleep period, configuring the cabin and getting ready for the day. They'll be speaking with the ground shortly for a vehicle status conference and daily planning conference, talking with teams here on the ground about the status of their spacecraft as they prepare for a trans-lunar injection burn this afternoon. Later this morning, Commander Reed Wiseman and pilot Victor Glover will also set up the flywheel device. That is an exercise device that provides aerobic and strength training. It's very compact. It's a power-free system that allows the crew to conduct daily aerobic and resistive workouts inside the spacecraft. They can do rowing, squats, and deadlifts and adjust the resistance levels as needed. Exercise is extremely important for astronauts while in space to help them maintain their bone and muscle strength while in the microgravity environment and for their return to Earth. The crew will also have burn conferences and burn targeting today ahead of that trans-lunar injection burn this afternoon. Again, trans-lunar injection burn time scheduled to be 6:49 p.m. Central Time. Today, the crew will also conduct some setup of their National Geographic hardware aboard the Orion spacecraft. Through a competitive selection process, NASA selected National Geographic to help tell the story of Artemis II. The crew is equipped with multiple GoPros, both Max and Hero 11, and each day they're timelined to film from a shot list provided by National Geographic, which include different portions of their day, including their morning routine, talking with their families, exercising, and thoughts on the mission. It's a little early in the day for the crew to be thinking about their midday meal, considering they are probably having breakfast right now, but they have quite a selection of food aboard the Orion spacecraft. There are 189 unique menu items, including barbecued beef brisket, granola and blueberries, mango salad. They have 43 cups of coffee on board, different breakfast drinks and smoothies, green tea, cauliflower, butternut squash, quite a selection of food to choose from. After they have their midday meal, the crew has a little bit of downtime built into their schedule today. Again, they were woken up in the middle of the night as planned. They were able to take a very short nap, about 3 or 4 hours before the perigee rays burn lifted the lowest point of Orion's orbit around the Earth. Once the perigee rays burn was complete, the crew was sent back to sleep and again woke up just about 45 minutes ago.
Houston, integrity for toilet.
Good morning, Integrity. We're with you.
Hey, we're complete. If you all want to start the flush early, that's up to you.
Checking. And we just want to confirm that you're talking about the wastewater dump.
Affirm. I don't know if it's helpful to start that early for you all or just for it always to be on timeline. Just want to let you know we're cycled through the toilet for the morning.
Thank you, Reed. And yes, we are enthusiastically excited about doing that early. You are go for that. And Reed, we'll let you know when we're complete.
Integrity.
The voice you hear speaking with the crew is coming from Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. That is NASA astronaut Chris Birch. She was selected by NASA to join the 2021 astronaut class. You can see her there at the bottom of your screen. And she is serving as the CAPCOM today, the capsule communicator. That's the single person in the room that speaks directly with the crew, filtering information that they and the flight director gather from the mission control teams and relay to the crew any actions or information that they need to know. This helps keep communications streamlined and clear. This is Artemis Mission Control.
Good morning from Integrity. We are ready to go for the morning conference.
Good morning, Integrity. I have a couple of topics for you. First, regarding timeline, we have a PCD uplink in progress, and then you'll have updated flight plans that will end in Victor 2, version 2, as the most current. I have a couple of DU items for you. First, the nominal burn plan has been uplinked, and that is in slot 1. And then second, as we were updating the flight plan to the DUs, we believe it was open on DU2, so it may not show the updated plan. So please, at your convenience, close and reopen the flight plan on DU2 and reset it to the current day's plan. How copy?
Okay, we copy slot 1 is nominal, and we will close and reopen the flight plan on DU2.
Good copy. For your essay, during the eclipse after the TLI burn, we're going to rotate to put the CM window 2 facing Earth for about 30 minutes. And then a question for all crew on cabin temperature. Currently the cabin temp is set to 70 degrees, but our actual temp is reading 73. If you'd like to stay at this temperature, please let us know so we can raise the set point to prevent the vehicle from cooling down.
Yeah, Stretch, thanks for asking about the temperature. I think the consensus from the crew is no colder than this. We love it in here right now.
Copy, Victor. Would you prefer us to raise the set point from where it is now?
Yeah, we like this set point for daytime and then maybe up a degree at nighttime.
Okay, copy, Victor. All right, our plan will be to raise the set point so that the cabin temperature stays at 73, and then we can plan to raise that a degree or two for sleep.
Okay, Chris, is that all you have for us?
One last item, and this is for Reed. We've put together some words for you on how to do GoPro exposure adjustments. We're working to get that uplink, and it'll be in a crew message. We can let you know when it's on board, and that's all I have.
All right, Stretch, thank you for the, Chris, thank you for all the info this morning. We have reopened the flight plan on DU2. Avatar is the same as yesterday for POIC. 8/7/16 is extinguishes out. We also grabbed some AGA readings earlier this morning. We got them at 2018 MET CO2 is 2.4, O2 19.3. Pressure 14.6 and temperature 71.5. Thank you. Happy faces all around on that one.
All right, Houston copies. Do you guys have any questions for us before I pass you over to flight for the vehicle status conference?
No other questions for you, and questions from the mission summary active watches were done for the timeline, and the D5 times were already set.
Okay, we copy those reports. Thank you very much. All right, I'll pass you over to flight. And Integrity, for your information, we're going to start the conference in private on OE2.
That was the Artemis II crew aboard Orion, also called Integrity, checking in with the ground here for their daily planning conference, getting some report outs from Capcom and NASA astronaut Chris Birch. Birch reading up to the crew that after the trans-lunar injection burn and eclipse, the crew will be able to see the Earth out the window for about 30 minutes. And reporting the temperature inside Orion, currently about 70 degrees, which the crew enjoys and requested it a little warmer for sleep, so teams here on the ground are going to make sure that they keep the temperatures around those levels. Pilot Victor Glover called down some readings from the AGA, that's the Anomaly Gas Analyzer. The crew takes these readings a couple of times throughout the day to ensure that the gases in the cabin are at reasonable levels. This is our first flight of an ECLSS system, or an environmental control and life support system, as this is our first flight with crew, so they are testing out how that ECLSS system is working with 4 humans living aboard Orion. He also mentioned AVATAR. That stands for a Virtual Astronaut Tissue Analog Response. It's an important component of NASA's strategy to get a holistic understanding of how the deep space environment affects humans. Scientists plan to use an organ-on-a-chip technology during Artemis II, which makes this the first time these devices will be used beyond the Van Allen belt. These chips are about the size of a USB thumb drive and measure how astronauts respond to deep space stressors, including extreme radiation and microgravity. These organ chips will contain cells developed from pre-flight blood donations provided by the crew members to create miniature stand-ins, or avatars, of their bone marrow. A key goal for this research is to validate whether organ chips can serve as accurate tools for measuring and predicting human responses to stressors. So to evaluate this, the scientists will compare AVATAR data with space station findings, as well as samples taken from this crew before and after flight. This could inform measures to ensure crew health on future deep space missions, including personalizing medical kits to each astronaut. And for citizens on Earth, it could lead to advancements in individualized treatments for diseases such as cancer. AVATAR is a collaboration between government agencies and commercial space agencies, including NASA, the National Center for Advancing Translational Sciences within the National Institutes of Health, Biomedical Advanced Research and Development Authority, Space Tango, and Emulate. The crew now has the opportunity to talk with the flight director on a privatized loop, allowing them to ask questions or report anything about their Orion spacecraft after now it has been 21 hours and 18 minutes since their launch. 21 hours and 23 minutes since the Artemis II crew launched on Orion and the Space Launch System rocket from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. This is Artemis Mission Control Houston. You're looking at a visualization of Orion, now over 27,000 miles away from Earth. Today is a major burn for the crew. It is the Trans-lunar injection burn. We are expecting that in 3 hours and 50 minutes, or at 6:49 p.m. Central Time. A 5-minute and 49-second burn on the OMS engine. The OMS engine stands for Orbital Maneuvering System Engine and provides 6,000 pounds of thrust. This is a refurbished engine. It has been to space 19 times on 3 different space shuttles before this mission. The translunar injection burn is what puts us on the course for the moon and also commits us to a return to Earth and a splashdown in the Pacific Ocean on Flight Day 10.
Integrity Houston on 1 with a comment about the smoke detector.
Go on 1, Chris.
We've seen several spikes in the smoke detector signal since crew wake, and we're guessing that this is probably associated with movement in that area, but we did want to give you a heads up that it seems to be sensitive. How copy?
Okay, that's a good heads up for us. We're having a look. We don't see anything outside the norm, but that's good SA. Thank you. Hey, one question while I have you, Chris. I assume that my Nat Geo timeline is flexible, that I could do that earlier.
That is a good understanding, Jeremy. You can do that earlier.
Okay, thank you.
Integrity Houston, Orion to Earth 1.
Go for integrity.
Hey, just to make it clear in the open here, we are go for TLI after the MMT concluded their deliberations a few minutes ago, and we're going to proceed down that path and get ready for the burn here.
All right, Jeff, we love those words, and we're loving the view. We're falling back to Earth real fast, and we're looking forward to accelerating and heading back to the moon.
Integrity Houston, I have some steps for bagging water when the crew member who's going to do this task is ready.
We'll call you back in a few minutes, Chris, for those words.
Copy.
Communications with, this is Artemis Mission Control. We just heard NASA Flight Director Jeff Radigan call to the crew aboard the Orion spacecraft for the Artemis II mission that the mission management team here at Johnson Space Center has pulled go for the Trans-lunar injection burn. We're targeting that burn at 6:49 p.m. Central Time, a 5-minute and 49-second burn on the orbital maneuvering system engine aboard Orion that will send them beyond the moon and commit them to their return to Earth. We're expecting some communications from the Capcom, Chris Birch, a NASA astronaut here in Mission Control Houston, speaking with the crew aboard Orion. That will be their upcoming burn conference, where she will relay some information about that translunar injection burn, things the crew needs to take action on or know before they step into those procedures.
Houston, integrity on 1 for water.
All right, integrity. Big picture, we are going to be using drink bags and straws, drink bags that are filled from the PWD and just a straw used from any bob, to transfer water to the urine syringe and use that and a QD to go to a contingency urine stowage bag. And we're going to fill up one of those bags. We believe that this is going to take 2 crew to perform because the interface between the straw and the syringe itself is quite, it does not have a perfect seal. And so it's going to take 2 hands to manipulate the syringe and another set of crew hands to apply back pressure on the PWD. I'm going to give you a procedure reference that has some excellent photos for what we're going to try and achieve in a reverse order from what is listed in the procedure. And then I have the stowage locations for these items when you're ready. How copy?
Big picture, I copied. Go with the procedure in reverse order.
Reed, I copied that the big picture you understand, and you've got a procedure that'll go in reverse order. It came in a little bit broken there. The procedure we're referencing is 26.7.410, contingency water bag fill. Specifically, step 4 has that picture we're talking about. You'll perform step 4.4 first, but instead of filling the drink bag, you're going to be draining the drink bag into the syringe. And then you'll screw on the QD onto the syringe and perform steps 4.2 to 4.3 to fill the contingency urine stowage bag instead. We expect that this sort of water shuffling is going to take about 100 times to fill the contingency urine stowage bag. It's about 20 liters. How copy so far?
think I copy enough so that we can get started, and if we have questions, we would call you. Continue, please.
Fantastic. All right, and as you're working that syringe, it's going to be best effort to get a good seal between the syringe and the straw. We have some washcloths we'd like you to gather for fluid that is not caught in there, and also best effort to remove air from the syringe before you put it into the contingency stowage bag. Let me know if you're ready to copy location.
Ready to copy the locations.
All right, you're going to gather the contingency urine syringe in locker D, JSB labeled urine bag 1. You're going to gather the contingency urine stowage bag from the same locker, Delta, JSB labeled urine bag 1, same bag. You'll use 2 unused drink bags, 1 straw, any bob, and you'll gather 2 washcloths from that same locker, Delta, bag 3, and they should be inside a fecal canister with serial number 1039.
Okay, Chris, I copy all.
Okay, understood. We'll be standing by for questions as they come up.
And actually, Chris, before you go, just the first 2 items, just read the full actual name. The 2 that are in locker D, JSB urine 1, read me the names of those 2 items.
Those items are contingency urine syringe and contingency urine stowage bag.
Contingency urine syringe and contingency urine stowage bag, correct?
Good readback.
Okay, we'll do our best and we'll call you if we got questions. We know the big picture, we know what we got to do, and it's the little details that we might give you a call on later.
Sounds good. Thanks.
Hey, with TLI around the corner, do you have a deadline when you want this complete by?
And Reed, that'll be best effort to get as much water in that bag up until TLI.
Okay, copy all.
This is Artemis Mission Control, 21 hours and 43 minutes since liftoff yesterday of the Artemis II mission. Capcom Chris Birch here in Houston calling up to the crew some instructions about filling water in contingency urinal bags. There was a water valve issue that has since been resolved but noticed yesterday after launch. So the flight control team has determined that the crew should bag some water before translunar injection as a precautionary step due to that issue that they have seen. Obviously, they have demonstrated the ability to get the water from all 4 tanks and operated that system with confidence over the last 21, almost 22 hours. So this is completely precautionary, but the crew will use a syringe and a straw to store water in these contingency bags, and they have been instructed just to gather as much as possible before TLI. Again, the water continues to operate as expected, but this is a precautionary step due to the valve issue noticed yesterday.
Eastern Integrity, we're ready for the burn conference at your convenience.
Integrity, we're ready for the burn conference. Our preliminary burn plan is on board. No vehicle system status changes since our vehicle conference a few minutes ago. And I do have an updated burn pad for you. This will be burn pad TLI version 03. Let me know when you're ready to copy some deltas. Integrity 1 go back, you will see on board burn pad TLI version 01. UTC of ground generation will be 92 days, 17 hours, 40 minutes, 0 seconds.
Okay, Chris. Yeah, that's what we got, and we just saved a new version, V3 now, so you can go ahead, your deltas.
First, for DAP load, that will be 0 ground DAP. In the guidance solution box, delta V tote will be 1275.4 feet per second. For XYZ delta V, Y is going to be 338.1, and Z negative 273.6. How copy?
We got all that, Chris.
Copy. Finally, in the burn notes section, you will see the power down steps in PVE, but we have 2 additional notes for you. First, prop system pressurization will not occur at burn config segment, but will occur during the burn. Second, EPS crosstie is on ON and shall remain on through TLI and the TLI eclipse.
Okay, we copy the prop system config at TIG, and then the cross tie will be on through the eclipse.
Good words. What questions do you have for us?
Stand by. Okay, Chris, I think we only have one question for you. It just has to do with optocoupler response and who's going to be prime for that if we have good comm. Are you planning to take care of that from the ground if we get one of those? Or do you want us to just execute our trained response if we see that and just run it out of caution and warning?
And Jeremy, if we have that optocoupler glitch, we will take the response from the ground.
plan, and if you could just plan on calling that up to us that you've got it from the ground, just to keep us in sync, that would be good.
Absolutely, Jeremy. We will inform you we're taking that from the ground if it's applicable.
All right, great. We will start executing this timeline.
This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. That was completion of the burn conference with the astronauts aboard Orion. All of that information relayed to them by NASA astronaut and Capcom Chris Birch here in Mission Control. Reporting that the trans-lunar injection burn, again, we're targeting 6:49 p.m. Central Time for that. The delta V for that burn will be 1,275 feet per second. Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen asked about some optocouplers and if they experience any issues with those during the trans-lunar injection burn, whether the ground or the astronauts aboard Orion would be responding to those flags. Optocouplers are scattered through both the command module where the astronauts are and the service module, avionics systems. Optocouplers use light to pass signals between circuits, but keep them electrically isolated. This allows different systems on the spacecraft to talk to each other without spiking them electrically. So this keeps that electrical noise low, and they're reliable in radiation-heavy environments. The grounder read, if they have good communication with the vehicle, they will take the lead on any optocoupler flags.
Houston Integrity, do we have a go to run TLT?
Integrity, you are go.
Okay, we're targeting the burn. Houston Integrity for contingency water bag fill.
Houston's with you.
Question, do you want us to fill from pry and sec, or do you have a preferred water source for the fill?
Integrity, we have no preference. Whatever you're configured for now will work.
Okay, Houston, from Integrity, we are going to pull half from pry and half from sec, just to be ready for any next worst failure.
Houston, copies of that plan.
Now 22 hours since liftoff of Artemis II and our 4 astronauts aboard Orion. They are 24,000 miles away from Earth and actually getting closer to Earth as they are in this high Earth orbit. They've been in this high Earth orbit since yesterday, conducting a perigee raise burn and apogee raise burn to keep them in this orbit around Earth, allowing them an opportunity to test out the systems aboard Orion before committing to flying to the moon. Currently aboard the Orion spacecraft, Commander Reed Wiseman and pilot Victor Glover are going to be setting up the flywheel hardware. This is an exercise device. Each astronaut will dedicate 30 minutes daily to exercise. This helps minimize the muscle and bone loss that occurs in space without gravity. Flywheel is a small device. It's installed directly below the side hatch. The crew uses it as a step to enter and exit Orion on launch day, obviously. It is a simple cable-based device and allows for aerobic devices like rowing and resistance workouts like squats and deadlifts. It's best compared to working like a yo-yo. It is a resistance, so the astronauts receive as much load as they put into it, and they can max out at 400 pounds. This is a comparison to the International Space Station. This very small device is pretty opposite from what the astronauts have available there. Several exercise machines that collectively weigh more than 4,000 pounds and occupy about 850 cubic feet.
Integrity Houston, preliminary targeting is complete, and we have good targets on board. We will continue to plan for no intermediate targeting.
Okay. Integrity copies, good targeting, and we'll plan to skip intermediate targeting.
Good copy.
That call from Capcom Chris Birch to the crew, letting them know that their burn targets have been uploaded and they will not need the interim targeting that is on their timeline in about an hour. That interim targeting time would allow them to make any necessary changes before they execute the burn. Again, TLI, Trans-lunar injection burn slated for 6:49 p.m. Central Time.
Houston, integrity on 1 for Reed's Ethernet cable activity.
Go ahead, Reed.
The PUP1 Ethernet port right now is being used by the docking camera. Do I have a go to just disconnect that Ethernet cable there and connect the new Ethernet cable over to the 4K encoder?
I'm checking. And Reed, that is a good plan. You can disconnect that existing Ethernet cable and continue with the 4K encoder install.
Good work, thanks.
The view on your left, clearly visualization from the Artemis real-time orbit website. You can check this out yourself by going to nasa.gov, searching ARROW, A-R-O-W, for Artemis II. It allows you to see where the spacecraft is at in relation to the Earth and the Moon. Again, currently 24,000 miles away from Earth. Down in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, you have your Capcom. NASA astronaut Chris Birch, who's been speaking with the crew, preparing them for their events today. To Birch's right is Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons. She will be serving as the Capcom on Flight Day 6 during the lunar flyby. She's also a backup crew member for the Artemis II mission.
Houston, integrity. RHC setup is complete. Morning, Chris. It is great to hear your voice.
Thanks, Christina. Great to hear yours as well. And sitting next to me is Jenny, who's going to be helping me out on console today.
Jenny Gibbons, hello from your crew.
Christina and Integrity crew, it's a pleasure to be with you.
Great to hear your voice, Jenny. How was the launch?
My launch experience was pretty darn good. I don't think it was as good as yours, so it's great to see you guys off the planet.
Yeah, I'm glad you were there to see it with the family.
Thanks, guys. Good work up there.
This is Artemis Mission Control, 22 hours and 10 minutes into the flight of Artemis II. Those communications coming from the crew aboard Orion down to Mission Control Houston, the Capcom, Chris Birch, NASA astronaut, as we have previously shared, and to her right, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons, a backup for this Artemis II mission. Really kind words from both the crew and the Capcom. As an Artemis II backup, Gibbons trained with the crew closely in their simulations and in all systems aboard Orion and was ready to step in at any moment needed in case the crew needed her for the mission. She's now serving them from the Earth side by sitting with the Capcom throughout the flight, and we'll be hearing from her on Lunar Flyby Day as well. This is Artemis Mission Control, and again, today is a big day for the Artemis II crew aboard Orion as they are targeting the Trans-lunar injection burn at 6:49 p.m. Central Time. Ahead of the flight, we spoke with mission specialist Christina Cook about the Trans-lunar injection burn. Let's hear what she has to say.
The Artemis II mission, at its heart, is a test mission of the Orion space capsule. This is going to be the first time that humans have ridden inside that capsule and that everything on board keeps us alive. The mission itself consists of a couple big orbits and very high orbits around Earth, and then doing a trans-lunar injection burn to the moon. Our TLI burn, the burn that gets us going to the moon, is also our deorbit burn. And what that means is, as soon as we take that burn, we have bought off on basically the rest of the mission, save a couple options to do a U-turn burn that are in there as well. But the truth is, we are re-entering before and at the moment we do TLI. And recognizing that our team has to be ready for that full mission as soon as we buy in, that is a really interesting risk posture. And that's why I'm so glad we have spent so much time with our team, super integrated. It's been quite a journey getting to have the technical know-how on this vehicle as much as we have. And as an engineer, I've really loved that process.
A great breakdown from NASA astronaut and mission specialist on Artemis II, Christina Cook, explaining the trans-lunar injection burn is not only the burn that commits them to going to the moon, but also the burn that commits them to their splashdown in the Pacific Ocean. She mentioned there are a couple of options for a U-turn. If that was necessary, teams on the ground do have a couple of options previously discussed in briefings ahead of the mission where they could bring the crew home potentially a little bit early, but this really is the decision point. And earlier today, the mission management team gave the go for the Artemis II crew to perform that trans-lunar injection burn and continue with the mission. Prior to trans-lunar injection burn, and at this point, Orion has been in a high Earth orbit, and we are on the Deep Space Network. This is a little bit of a monumental moment of itself because it's the first time in over 50 years that we have had humans back on the Deep Space Network. Because the International Space Station is in a low Earth orbit, we use the tracking data relay satellite systems to communicate with those crew members. But because the Artemis II crew is traveling so far from our home planet, we are taking advantage of the Deep Space Network available. You're looking at a live view of the Orion capsule, specifically the European Service Module and the OMS engine, the Orbital Maneuvering System engine. Orion is currently over 20,000 miles away from our home planet of Earth. And the engine that you see here, that large one in the center, is what will be used to execute the translunar injection burn this afternoon, 6:49 p.m. Central Time for the start of that burn. Some fun facts about the Orbital Maneuvering System engine. This is a NASA-provided and refurbished engine, and before this mission, it had already been to space 19 times on 3 different space shuttles. It has 6,000 pounds of thrust, and if you strapped it to a car here on Earth, it would accelerate from 0 to 60 miles per hour in 2.7 seconds. That kind of power is what we need to take the crew out of a high Earth orbit, send them beyond the moon, and bring them back home. Again, this view coming to you live from Orion. Now 22 hours and 19 minutes into the Artemis II mission, approximately 10-day mission. The view you see is coming from a camera on the tip of one of the 4 solar arrays on Orion. Again, 4 solar arrays, and each panel, there are 3 panels per wing. Each of those is 6.5 by 6.5 feet. So each array length is nearly 23 feet total. And each of those arrays provides enough electricity to power 2 3-bedroom homes. These cameras on the ends of the solar array wings can be used for spacecraft inspection and, obviously, capturing amazing views. These cameras on the solar arrays are not the only cameras aboard Orion. We had great views from the docking camera yesterday as it was focused on the interim cryogenic propulsion stage while pilot Victor Glover was piloting the Orion spacecraft. The prox operations demonstration was allowing the crew to practice manually flying Orion. Of course, Victor Glover being the first person to do so. This helps ground teams learn more about how Orion flies in space when conducted manually, and helps us prepare for future Artemis missions, during which the crew will need to dock to lunar landers. We also have plenty of cameras inside the spacecraft, whether they are iPhones or Nikon cameras. We expect to get some great imagery from the crew, not only of the Earth and the Moon, but also of their life inside Orion.
Integrity Houston, for information only, we are updating the deadbands on the vehicle just in case you see a small maneuver.
Houston Integrity, the 4K encoder cable swap activity is complete.
Houston copies.
Hours and 27 minutes into the flight of Artemis II, we heard a call from the ground to the crew that they were turning off dead banding. Dead banding is, and that they may see some motion with that. Dead banding, if you compare it to lane assist in your car, helps you keep traveling on the straight and narrow and keeps us within the path that we are intended. The team let them know that they were going to turn that off for the time being and that they could expect some motion. Per the timeline, Commander Reed Wiseman and Pilot Victor Glover are continuing to step through that flywheel hardware setup. Ahead of the translunar injection burn, the crew is also using a syringe and a straw to store water in some contingency urinal bags. There was a water valve issue noticed yesterday. It was resolved, and the crew has been able to get water from all 4 tanks and operated that system as expected over the last now 22 hours and 28 minutes. However, this is a precautionary measure ahead of the translunar injection burn to take some of that water and store it in these bags. A little bit of a change in view. If you look closely now at Orion, you can see a little bit more of a couple of those solar arrays. Because the crew members are setting up the exercise device and preparing to get in their required exercise for the day, teams make sure to park the solar arrays. This helps prevent any loads being imparted on them that could potentially damage them while the crew is exercising in Orion. 22 hours and 35 minutes mission elapsed time into the Artemis II mission, and our 4 astronauts are actually part of the science flying. Saliva can tell us a lot about astronaut health, so before, during, and after their journey around the moon, Artemis II astronauts will be collecting saliva samples. These samples will help scientists probe how their immune system reacts to deep space, so NASA can ensure that humans, instead of viruses, thrive in space as we venture to the moon, Mars, and beyond. Let's take a look.
Artemis II astronauts' saliva tell us. Saliva can tell us a lot about astronaut health. Just one tiny sample provides a window into what's happening into a crew member's body. When Artemis II flies around the moon, the crew will provide saliva samples for a study called immune biomarkers, which probes how the immune system reacts to deep space travel. This research builds on studies we've done before. Astronauts aboard the International Space Station collect liquid saliva samples with tiny oral swabs that roll around in their mouths. They also provide dry samples by blotting their saliva onto special paper that's carefully preserved at room temperature and brought back to Earth for analysis. Artemis missions won't have much onboard room for a refrigerator to store liquid samples. As a result, crew members will take dry samples periodically during their mission so that researchers can see how their immune system changes over time. NASA has been using saliva samples to help understand astronauts' health for decades. During the shuttle program, they discovered that dormant viruses in our bodies, including the one that causes shingles, can reawaken in space. Researchers are unsure why this happens, but think it has something to do with how the body responds to the extreme environment of space, including changes to circadian rhythms, stress, diet, radiation exposure, and weightlessness. By knowing more about how deep space travel affects the immune system, Artemis missions will help NASA ensure that humans, rather than viruses, thrive in space as we venture onward to the Red Planet and beyond.
Back with these live views of Orion. A great view of the European Service Module and the OMS orbital maneuvering system engine that'll be used for the Trans-lunar injection burn. Expecting that time of ignition in 2 hours, 36 minutes. Trans-lunar injection will be a 5-minute and 49-second burn on the orbital maneuvering system engine, also known as OMS.
Houston, Integrity. Question on docking camera remove activity.
Go ahead, Integrity.
Hey, Chris. When we are done removing the docking camera with its cables, we see that the stowage note says it should go back into A3 locker. Are we okay to keep it temp stowed in the docking tunnel? Because we're thinking it eventually will go back on.
Christina, that sounds like a great suggestion to us. Thanks.
Thank you.
Integrity Houston, for your information, post-TLI PCL plans are on board. The burn plans are in slots 2 and 3 with titles PCL, PLS, and PCL, PLS, RTC last.
We see the same. Thank you. Houston, Integrity on 1 for a quick big picture sync.
Reed, we're with you on 1.
Hey Chris, I know with the water activity, the timeline is just a bit of a question mark. So Jeremy and Christina are taking a few things off of me and Victor right now, but they're going to focus completely on the burn. Victor and I have the flywheel set up mostly complete, but I am not going to start exercise. I'm going to start water fill with Victor, and then once we feel like if that's a one-person task, I will come over and exercise. I will not start exercise without calling you.
And Reed, that sounds like a great plan to us. We're standing by.
Houston, integrity for AGA readings.
Christina, we're ready for those readings.
CO2, 1.6. O2, 19.0. Pressure, 14.5. Temperature, 71.2.
Copy all. Good readings.
This view live from the Orion spacecraft. We are 22 hours and 48 minutes into the mission and expecting the time of ignition for a translunar injection burn in 2 hours and 25 minutes. This is a test flight, and Commander Reed Wiseman just came down with some schedule potential changes for the crew today as they move through their milestones. He and pilot Victor Glover have completed setting up the flywheel exercise device, but Commander Reed Wiseman reported he will hold off on exercising as he begins to fill water bags with Victor Glover. This is a precautionary step due to a water valve issue noticed yesterday. Since that issue was noticed and resolved, the crew has been able to get water from all 4 tanks and operated that system as it was intended. So this is just a precautionary filling of water bags ahead of the burn that commits us to flying around the moon. Meanwhile, Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen, mission specialists for the Artemis II mission, are focusing on that upcoming translunar injection burn.
Integrity Houston for docking cam stowage.
Go ahead.
Christina, one follow-up with the docking cam. We'd like to do our best to protect it, and so our recommendation is if you'd like to leave it temp stowed, please use the case it flew in, or you're welcome to stow it in the locker Alpha 3 at per the stowage note. Just best effort to protect our little docking camera friend.
Yes, absolutely. What was the first option you said before putting it in A3? Was it just to cover it with a bubble wrap or something? I just missed the words.
Yeah, Christina, you can use, we're recommending the case or the foam packaging that it flew up in.
Yeah, sure. I'll package it in its clamshell and it'll live in the docking tunnel. I'll let you know if that does not work.
Thank you, Christina.
Just heard some words from NASA astronaut and Capcom capsule communicator Chris Birch to astronaut Christina Cook aboard Orion, discussing where she will stow the docking camera. This is new hardware on Artemis II. We saw this in use and in action yesterday during the proximity operations demonstration, helping the crew monitor where they were in relation to the ICPS, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. The docking camera is installed, and during those major milestones, it is kept installed during the crew sleep period, but removed during crew wake, since it keeps the crew from observation and photography out of that window.
Houston integrity. After evaluating, we restowed the docking camera in its clamshell back in A3.
Copy, Christina. Docking cam is in A3. And for you and the rest of Integrity crew, please stand down from toilet usage while we perform a wastewater dump.
We copy. Houston integrity for timeline. We are deferring the secondary AGA checkout if you concur to work on water ops.
We concur. Thanks, Christina.
Over 23 hours now since the launch of Artemis II, the first flight of Orion on the SLS with humans aboard. View on the left side of your screen, coming to you live from the Orion spacecraft, now about 18,500 miles away from Earth. It's quite a distance compared to when the Orbit 1 shift came on console today, about 3 hours ago. We were approximately 25,000 miles away from Earth. We will continue to get closer until we reach the point of our trans-lunar injection burn at 6:49 p.m. Central Time. At that time, we'll be about 115 statute miles over Earth. And then the OMS engine that you see on the left side of your screen, that's the orbital maneuvering service engine. It will conduct a 5-minute and 49-second burn that commits the crew to their flight around the moon. This also commits the crew to their splashdown in the Pacific Ocean. And the mission management team here at Johnson Space Center gave the go for that burn this morning. Down in the bottom right side of your screen, a view inside Mission Control Houston, and specifically the Artemis Flight Control Room. Just heard some words from NASA astronaut Christina Cook aboard Orion about deferring the AGA readings they have on their timeline. That stands for Anomaly Gas Analyzer. Because this is the first flight of humans aboard Orion, this is also the first time we have flown an Environmental and Control Life Support System, or ECLSS. These anomaly gas analyzer readings allow teams to monitor the air inside the cabin, levels of carbon dioxide, oxygen, nitrogen, and more. The team is focused, the team of astronauts, I should say, on setting up for the burn, as well as gathering some water from their systems on Orion. They are putting water into bags as a precautionary step ahead of trans-lunar injection burn. There was a valve issue with their water yesterday. It was resolved, and they've been able to use it as planned. So this is completely precautionary ahead of this burn that sends us around the moon. This is Artemis Mission Control in the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. Again, you've got a live view on the left side of your screen of Orion on the Artemis II mission, now about 17,300 miles away from Earth. It's been 23 hours, coming up on 23 hours and 15 minutes since Orion launched yesterday as part of the Artemis II mission, a test flight, and the first flight of humans aboard the spacecraft. It may seem quiet from the crew aboard Orion, but they are awake and they are very busy. They woke up at about 1:35 p.m. Central Time today, so just over 3 hours ago, and got into their activities for today. Some of the things the crew has been working on today include preparing for the burn by participating in burn conferences and targeting. They also set up the flywheel hardware. This is what they'll use to exercise during the mission.
Integrity Houston, we've had a successful wastewater dump. Toilet is go for use.
Houston, integrity on 1 for exercise.
Reed, we're with you.
I just want to confirm that the arrays are in a good config and you're ready for exercise.
Reed, yes, we are go for exercise. Thanks for checking.
Okay, I can't promise this is going to be the full protocol, but I'll at least give it a shot here in the cabin. We have a lot of other work going on, so I may have to defer, but let's give it a try. Here we go.
Understood. We're interested in how it goes.
This is Mission Control Houston, specifically the Artemis Flight Control Room. That was NASA astronaut and Artemis II commander Reed Wiseman calling down from Orion to the teams here in Mission Control, reporting that he is ready to use the flywheel device for exercise. Of course, as this is a test flight and the first flight of humans aboard Orion, this is the first opportunity that the crew has had to use the flywheel. They are slated to exercise for about 30 minutes per day each. And this flywheel allows a compact system that the crew can use for both aerobic and strength exercises. In total, the flywheel weighs only about 30 pounds, and it's the size of approximately a carry-on suitcase, and that's compared to about 4,000 pounds of exercise equipment on the International Space Station. Major milestone on the timeline today for the Artemis II crew is the trans-lunar injection burn that will take us away from high Earth orbit and on to the moon. That trans-lunar injection burn is slated for 6:49 p.m. Central Time, a 5-minute and 49-second burn on the Orbital Maneuvering Service engine. You've got a great view of that on the left side of your screen. It is the largest thruster in the center of that piece of the European service module. This is Artemis Mission Control here in Houston, 23 hours and 30 minutes since liftoff of Orion atop the Space Launch System rocket yesterday at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. We're live here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, continuing to monitor the mission. On the left side of your screen, you've got a live view from Orion. Currently just over 15,000 miles away from Earth. Currently aboard Orion, Commander Reed Wiseman is exercising using the flywheel device. That may be the cause of the motion that you're seeing on your screen. During exercise, solar array wings are parked so that any loads imparted and any movement of the vehicle doesn't damage the solar arrays. And that's where this view is coming from. There are cameras, one each, mounted on the tip of each solar array that allow us to look back at the spacecraft. This is the first time that the crew has exercised aboard Orion, so the team on the ground is eager to hear how it went.
Houston integrity question, just curious if you see any vehicle dynamics during exercise.
Jeremy, funny you should ask. We're watching a small oscillation visible in SAW camera 2, and GNC has informed us that it is registering on our IME sensors. Nothing of concern, of course.
Okay, copy. We'll keep Reed exercising.
That call from Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen on his first mission to space, asking the very question we were just discussing on if this motion that you see on the left side of your screen is due to Commander Reed Wiseman exercising on the flywheel device. Ground teams here in Mission Control confirm there is no concern with any motion that we're seeing right now, but it is related to the exercise ongoing.
Houston Integrity for Nat Geo.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Two questions for you. I did the settings on the GoPro Max, and when I turned it on, everything was wiped clean. So all the settings I updated, and then I turned it off and turned it back on, and 360 video was not there again. So is this something we're going to have to do every time we power cycle the GoPro Max, is re-establish 360 video?
Checking.
And the other thing you can check on for me is I've got a second GoPro Max here. I expect it is a spare. Where do you want it stowed for the mission if we don't need it?
Jeremy, for the second GoPro Max, you can stow that back in the bag it came from, or temp stow about the cabin per crew preference. Just let us know where. And then we're continuing to look into having to set the 360 again. It's definitely not what we're expecting, so we'll see what we can do.
Okay, and there's a couple bags things came out of, so it's not clear to me where this one goes back. So if you can tell me where the Nat Geo Pro Max camera should be put back to.
Jeremy, we'll have you stow the spare in bag 1, yellow label.
Okay, copy bag 1, yellow label. I assume that is in DE.
That's a good readback. And yes, it's in DE.
This is Artemis Mission Control, and you've got a live view of the Orion spacecraft from a camera on the tip of one of its solar array wings. You can see some movement from the spacecraft. It was previously discussed with the crew that Reed Wiseman, commander of the Artemis II mission, is currently exercising on the flywheel device. This is the first time that the astronauts have exercised inside Orion, and so we are seeing some movement from his exercise. This is not completely unexpected, and the solar arrays are therefore in a parked position. This helps protect them from any loads that may be imparted while anyone is exercising in the spacecraft. We also heard Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen calling down to discuss Nat Geo and the cameras that he's using. Through a competitive selection process, NASA selected National Geographic to help tell the Artemis II story. Therefore, the crew is equipped with several cameras, both Max and Hero 11 GoPros, and each day they are timelined to film from a list provided by National Geographic.
Houston Integrity for update on water ops.
Houston's with you.
For your information, from the time we noted we were starting water ops until now, we have about 7 liters stowed in one of the CWCs. That was with 2 people working it, and now we're going down to single-person ops. So that's just for your tracking purposes. And can you confirm the total number of liters you're hoping to stow?
Copy, Christina, checking. Okay, Christina, thanks for that update. We are seeing roughly the same amount of water removed on our end with 2 people working. We are probably going to work on this for another 20 minutes before we call you off, and then we will take as much water as we can get from those 20 minutes. How copy?
We copy all, thanks. And do you have high confidence in your readings? If so, we will stop tracking on our end.
Christina, yes, we do, and you're welcome to stop tracking, and we'll monitor on our end.
Copy all, thank you.
That was NASA astronaut Christina Cook, mission specialist for the Artemis II mission, calling down to Capcom Christina Birch here in Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center. She is continuing to work on filling some contingency urinal bags with water from the Orion spacecraft. Yesterday, there was a valve issue observed with the water. It was resolved, and the crew has been able to use water as normally intended. So this is just a precautionary step to gather water as we are heading into the trans-lunar injection burn, now less than 1 hour and 30 minutes away. It's been 23 hours and 45 minutes since liftoff. Orion currently 13,500 miles away from Earth.
Houston Integrity, one more water ops update. We are now switching to the secondary line.
Houston copies. And Christina, for your information, when we are complete with this, our temp stow location will be in Locker Delta.
Copy.
Integrity Houston for Jeremy, not Geo Setup.
Go ahead, Jenny.
Hey Jeremy, what you called down previously about the unexpected settings wipe was a surprise to us as well. We would like you to reperform step 3, which is to configure the GoPro Max again with the second or the backup camera. We want to try and understand if this issue affects both cameras or just the one. We think it might be a rad hit or something.
Okay. Luckily, Reed was in the way. I didn't stow that one yet, so I'll go ahead and swap them out and see what happens.
All right, thanks. Good job, Reed. Integrity. Plus X flange heaters are on and prop avionics are configured.
Integrity copies.
Houston, integrity on 1. If you have about 60 seconds for a flywheel big picture, I would like to give it, but it's not critical. I can do it later today.
Reed, we're ready for it. We'll take it now.
Okay, first things first, huge kudos. It works. The sound suppression is also fantastic. Nobody in the cabin wore earplugs. Nobody had the need to wear them. We were able to communicate at a conversational level. I could hear all radio calls, so that's a huge win. Completed the full 30-minute profile in aerobic. Exact same as the training on the ground. The same forearm muscular tiredness, but a really good cardio workout. Very pleased with that. A couple things that I did note, eclipse wall can impact, so we're going to have to rework the eclipse wall a little bit. Additionally, I am building up my own static, little static charge. I could feel myself when I was brushing a piece of the seat aluminum or metal that I would discharge a little bit every now and then. So I am definitely with that strap going in and out, building up a little bit of a static electricity kind of charge. That's something you might want to note. And aside from that, it is a really good piece of gear, and we can actually get a nice workout. I look forward to the next time I get to try a resistance workout. That's all.
Reed, thank you. That is a great report. Appreciate it.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. Commander Reed Wiseman has completed exercise on the flywheel device. This is the first time anyone in Orion has exercised, and so he called down to the teams here on the ground reporting some of the things he learned during that time frame, including just some static electricity building up while he was using the flywheel. This is a test flight, and so every single piece of data is brand new and helps us prepare for future missions. We also have our own visual indicator that that exercise is complete. If you take a look at the picture on the left side of your screen, that's a live stream from a camera on the one solar array wing of Orion, looking back at the European Service Module and the OMS engine, the orbital maneuvering system. While Reed Wiseman was exercising, we were actually seeing some movement due to the loads imparted on the spacecraft. Those solar array wings are parked during that time frame to keep them protected and safe from those loads. So during that exercise, we saw some movement. Obviously, that's now completed, so Orion is back in a still configuration. The spacecraft continues to get closer to Earth, now 11,790 miles away. When the Orbit 1 team came on console at 1:30 p.m., so about 4 hours ago, we were approximately 25,000 miles away from Earth. We'll continue to get closer and closer to our home planet until about 6:49 p.m. Central Time. We will be 115 statute miles away from Earth at the time of the Trans-lunar injection burn. The mission management team here in Houston gave the go for the Trans-lunar injection burn earlier today. That's the burn that will commit us to flying by the moon. Since launch, we've been in a high Earth orbit and maintained there thanks to some perigee and apogee raised burns. This Trans-lunar injection burn is what commits the crew to the full length of the mission, sending us beyond the moon for the first time in over 50 years and bringing us home for a splashdown in the Pacific Ocean.
Integrity Houston for burn plan uplink update.
Go.
All right, we have updated burn plans in 5 different slots. This would include the HEO Rev 2 deorbit burn plan, post-TLI abort plans for both 8-hour and 16 hours post-TLI, and the corresponding RTC last for each of those. And those slots will match what you have in your burn plan. Let me know if you want any more info.
Copy, Chris. Thank you. I see those in burn plan list and understand they'll match what we have in the burn plan. And the words that you said, there are no deltas, right, to our training or any of the things, the materials that we have. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Awesome. Great to see it starting to populate.
Now just over 24 hours into the Artemis II mission, after successful and smooth liftoff and ride to orbit yesterday on the Space Launch System rocket and the Orion spacecraft, our Artemis II crew is currently 11,260 miles away from Earth. This is a visualization of the spacecraft as the teams are reconfiguring cameras ahead of the Trans-lunar injection burn. Trans-lunar injection burn time of ignition is targeted for 1 hour and 12 minutes from now. That correlates to 6:49 p.m. Central Time. That burn will be using the orbital maneuvering system engine thruster on the European service module attached to Orion. It'll be a 5-minute and 49-second burn when the spacecraft is just 115 statute miles above Earth. The Trans-lunar injection burn will send us beyond the moon and commit us to a splashdown. That splashdown currently targeted for April 10th.
integrity for Nat Geo.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah, I seem to be getting intermittent, but the same signature from the other GoPro Max as well. That if I power it off, even when I leave it plugged in, so I don't think it's a battery issue, it defaults or it comes back on into regular video, not 360 video. So I think we just need to ensure it's in 360 video every time we power it on.
Jeremy, thanks for doing all that troubleshooting for us. That sounds like a working plan for now, and we'll see what other troubleshooting we can do on our end. Thanks.
Okay, the one thing that would make that easier for us and to help prevent us from making a mistake is if we mount it such that the screen is facing the working volume of the vehicle. The procedure suggests having the screen face the bracket, but since it's 360 video, I'm wondering if that really matters.
Copy, Jeremy. Yeah, you are welcome to mount the screen facing the volume if that is your preference.
Okay, that's what we'll do.
This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, counting down to 1 hour until trans-lunar injection burn time of ignition. On the left, the data visualization you're seeing is ARROW, the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website. If you look closely, you can see we are now under 10,000 miles away from Earth. That will continue to decrease until we get to 115 statute miles above our home planet. That'll be the closest the crew is to the planet until they return for their splashdown on flight day 10. The Trans-lunar injection burn will be a firing of the OMS engine on the European Service Module, OMS standing for Orbital Maneuvering Service Engine. That burn targeted for 6:49 p.m. Central Time and will last 5 minutes and 49 seconds. We're now over 24 hours into the mission elapsed time. To be specific, we are 1 day and 13 minutes since the launch of Orion atop the SLS rocket yesterday at Kennedy Space Center. This is the first flight of crew aboard Orion, and it is a test flight. Since this time of launch, the crew has been in a high Earth orbit. Spending this time in a high Earth orbit has allowed teams to check out all of the systems aboard the spacecraft, being that this is the first time we've flown Orion with crew, allowing us to make the decision on whether or not we are go for translunar injection, which will send us around the moon and commit us to splashdown in the Pacific Ocean. The mission management team here at Johnson Space Center in Houston confirmed this morning that yes, we are go for translunar injection burn. The crew aboard Orion continuing to work in preparation of that burn, and teams here in Mission Control Houston doing the same. On the bottom right of your screen, at the top of the small box, you see Flight Director Jeff Radigan. He is leading the teams here in Mission Control, specifically the Orbit 1 shift. Down towards the bottom of that smaller box are at the Capcom console. Capcom today is NASA astronaut Chris Birch. She is communicating with the crew aboard Orion, serving as the single voice in the room, relaying information and instructions to our astronauts. To her right is Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons. She is a backup for the Artemis II mission and a Capcom herself. Now under 1 hour until the translunar injection burn.
Integrity. SM prop helium isolation valves and optocoupler glitch fitter are configured.
Copy, and we see the same on the SM prop valves. And timeline/Optimus question for you when convenient.
We'll take it, Christina. Go ahead.
Thank you. In our PCD Optimus plan options, we now see a Flight Day 2 final V2. Is that the one that you'd like us to be on?
Yes, Christina, that's the one.
Copy that. And question, if we put crew notes on a previous plan, like the Flight Day 1 plan, after these plans were uploaded, but before we switch to them, will you still get those?
Christina, that's a great question. We're going to investigate and get back to you on that.
Copy, thanks.
Integrity Houston, 2 minutes to DSN to TDRS West handover.
Integrity.
This view on your screen coming from the Orion spacecraft, and that call from the crew, or from the Capcom here, Chris Birch, to the crew aboard Orion, letting them know they are going to be switching over from the Deep Space Network to TDRS, Tracking Data Relay Satellite System. This is the same communication system that we use aboard the International Space Station, and we're able to use this right now because the crew is getting closer to the Earth as we speak. Orion is now about 8,600 miles away from our home planet, and again, that will continue to decrease until the TLI burn, now 55 minutes away. At the lowest point of their orbit, they will be just 115 miles above Earth when that burn begins. And we are handing over to the Tracking Data Relay Satellite System. So we're back to that visualization. The Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, also known as ARROW. You can access this at any time by visiting nasa.gov, searching for ARROW. This gives you a great time, day or night, to see where Orion is in relation to the Earth and the Moon. It's been about 4.5 hours since the Orbit 1 team that's working in Mission Control Houston came on console. At that time, we were 25,000 miles away from Earth, and you can see how rapidly we continue to grow closer to the planet. The crew woke up at about 1:35 p.m. Central Time today and has since been moving through their timeline, which included setting up the exercise device. Commander Reed Wiseman using that flywheel exercise device for the very first time. The crew has also been filling water bags. There was a water valve issue yesterday. It has since been resolved, and the crew was able to use the water dispenser as planned. However, this is, again, precautionary ahead of the trans-lunar injection burn to go ahead and get some water out of those 4 tanks aboard Orion.
Integrity comm check on TDRS West.
Loud and clear on TDRS. How us?
We have you the same. And Christina, while I have you, with our proximity to TLI, we'd like you and Victor and whoever else is working on the water bag ops to please stand down, and we will focus on our TLI prep. And also please confirm that you are complete with exercise.
Okay, we copy. Victor did get a tiny bit in, but he is standing down, so we are complete with exercise. We also stood down from water ops. Looking forward to TLI.
Houston, one clarification on exercise when you got a second.
Go ahead, Reed.
Hey, Victor is deferring his exercise for now, just due to time and the water bag. He was our lead water bag filler, so we will want to get him exercise this afternoon, please.
Copy. We will find a time to make that happen. Integrity for some Nat Geo troubleshooting for Jeremy when you have a moment.
Go ahead.
Jeremy, we have one small troubleshooting request from you. We're hoping it will not take very long, and it'll get us some good data to see what's going on. If you could please, on either Max GoPro, turn it on, and in the bottom left corner of the LCD screen, tap the button that appears there, and see if you can cycle it from video to 360.
Yeah, I can. That's how I've been getting it to 360 mode, is by tapping that.
Okay.
Copy, Jeremy. Thanks. Good data. And then for Reed specifically, but also the entire crew, there is a crew message on board for GoPro exposure adjustments.
Okay, copy. We got a message on board.
One day and 25 minutes mission elapsed time into the Artemis II flight, the first flight of humans aboard the Orion spacecraft. Our crew is NASA astronaut and Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, mission specialist Christina Cook, and mission specialist and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. Teams here in Mission Control Houston are preparing for the burn conference, during which they'll call up to the crew the status of the vehicle, any actions they need to take for the translunar injection burn. Translunar injection burn time of ignition.
I've got some AGA ratings for you before we power it down when you're ready.
Thanks, Jeremy. We're ready for those.
Okay, CO2 is only 1.2. O2 is 19.1. Temperature is 73.1. And the pressure is 14.4.
Copy. Great readings. Thanks.
And Houston, just for timeline to sync you up, we've got most things taken care of other than the stuff we told you we've deferred already. The portable speaker, we've got it out, but we're not going to turn it on. We haven't had a need for it yet, and we know there's some ground settings, so we don't want to get into that before TLI. So we'll just leave it. We'll get to it later. And then we do want to get some exercise for Victor later. He didn't get much time on that. Other than that, you have any questions on our timeline?
Thanks for the update, Jeremy. Copy the speaker, and yes, understand Victor, an exercise was cut short earlier today, so we'll prioritize getting him some time this afternoon. Thanks. No further questions.
Okay, excellent.
Calls from the crew aboard Orion down to Mission Control here.
Integrity, Starfield maneuvers are starting in 2 minutes.
Integrity copies.
That's the voice of Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. He was previously working with the National Geographic equipment and on that timeline, troubleshooting some of the camera settings that he was having trouble with. The crew is capturing different facets of their life aboard Orion through that National Geographic timelined activity. Also relaying down the information that pilot Victor Glover didn't really get the opportunity to exercise on the flywheel device as was previously timelined for him today. We do know that Commander Reed Wiseman was able to use that device, so teams here on the ground will look at the timeline and make sure Glover gets to exercise this afternoon as well. 45 minutes now from the Trans-lunar injection burn.
Houston Integrity, we just want to make sure in step 15 there's no change to the final burn plan.
Jeremy, we do have some small changes to the burn plan. It's currently being uplinked and should be complete shortly.
Okay, copy that.
Integrity, Houston is ready for the burn conference when you're ready.
Okay, we're ready on board. Go ahead.
All right. The final burn plan has been uplinked. It's on board. We have no new vehicle statuses. I have 3 deltas to the burn pad, referencing burn pad with UTC of ground generation, 92 days, 17 hours, 40 minutes, 0 seconds. Let me know when you're ready to copy. Integrity Houston, did you copy my last?
Yeah, we did. Well, we copied you talking about the UTC time. We called you, but then didn't hear back, so I'll just start over. We are looking at UTC burn pad that we started with earlier today that we changed to V3. It's day 92 and time is 1740, correct? And we'll save that as version 4.
That's correct, Jeremy. Are you ready for the deltas?
Okay, go ahead, your deltas.
All right, all three are in the guidance solution box. Delta V totes, 1276.3 feet per second. TGO, 5 minutes, 50 seconds. Delta V feet per second, Z direction, negative 276.7.
Okay, we're going to take another second of TGO, and we changed the Z direction, and we got the new delta V tote of 1276.3.
Good readback. And if you can, we'll take a status of the crew power downs for the pre-TLI timeline block.
Okay, power downs are complete, Chris.
Copy, power downs complete. Do you have any questions for us?
We don't have any questions, and I guess we might as well ask you for a go for targeting at minute 31.
You are go.
You can disregard that. We'll just verify and initiate.
You are go. That's exactly right, Jeremy. Expecting that to happen automatically. And integrity starfield maneuvers are complete.
Copy.
Now under 35 minutes until the Trans-lunar injection burn time of ignition. Again, we're expecting a 5-minute, 49-second burn on the OMS engine. This stands for Orbital Maneuvering System. It's part of the European Service Module on Orion. This is a live view from Orion looking down towards that European Service Module. You can see one of the solar arrays down in the bottom right. Orion continues to grow closer to Earth, now 5,000 miles away from the planet. At the time of ignition for the Trans-lunar injection burn, we will be just 115 miles above planet Earth, and approximately 1,000 pounds of fuel will be burned during Trans-lunar injection. Prior to heading to the moon, Orion must be at least one fault tolerant in all of its systems. Mission management team earlier today did poll go that we are ready for the Trans-lunar injection burn on time tonight. At this point, Orion has been in an elliptical orbit in contrast to the space station's circular orbit, and was previously on the Deep Space Network, the first humans to be on that network in over 50 years. They've transitioned back to the tracking and data relay satellite systems that we are used to seeing for our friends aboard the space station. Earlier today, the crew powered on the rotational and translational hand controllers. These were used yesterday in the proximity operations demonstration when pilot Victor Glover manually flew Orion for the first time. Powering these on allows them to serve as a backup in case the burn didn't last as long or put us in the proper phase. The crew would be able to command small burns from the OMS engine on the service module in order to maintain a proper attitude. But all systems are looking good ahead of Trans-lunar injection burn, again scheduled for 6:49 p.m. Central Time.
Integrity, TLT and orb guide converged. We're taking a look, but initial results are looking good.
Okay, we're just comparing values right now.
Integrity. Houston has completed the poll for TLI. When the engine ignites, you embark on humanity's lunar homecoming arc and set the course to return Integrity and her crew safely home. Houston is go for TLI.
Integrity copies, and your Integrity crew is go for TLI. With this burn to the moon, we do not leave Earth, we choose it.
Integrity copy. Thanks for those beautiful words.
Those thoughtful communications coming from Mission Control Houston and Capcom Chris Birch, NASA astronaut, reporting up to the crew aboard Orion that they are go for trans-lunar injection. Equally thoughtful words coming back down from mission specialist NASA astronaut Christina Cook, ready for trans-lunar injection to fly by the moon and also return home to our planet. We're now 27 minutes until the time of ignition for the trans-lunar injection burn. Orion now only 3,700 miles away from Earth. Again, that'll...
Integrity, we've finished verification of our onboard targets. They look good.
Okay, Chris, our comparison looks good as well.
We copy.
One day, 48 minutes since the liftoff of the Artemis II mission, our 4 astronauts aboard, Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialists Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen, all flying aboard Orion, the first flight of humans on this spacecraft. We are 25 minutes away from the time of ignition of the trans-lunar injection burn. This is a 5-minute, 49-second burn on the orbital maneuvering service engine on the European service module. The view on the left side of your screen, looking down towards that portion of the spacecraft, you can see the solar arrays, which gather power from the sun and store that in Orion's batteries. The spacecraft now 3,400 miles away from Earth. That'll continue to decrease until the time of ignition for trans-lunar injection, when the spacecraft will be just 115 miles above our planet's surface. All systems looking good here in Mission Control Houston. Teams have given the final go for Orion. The first of those came this morning from the mission management team here at Johnson Space Center, and the most recent coming from the flight controllers in Artemis Mission Control. You're looking at a live view inside Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. Flight control team, specifically the Orbit 1 flight control team on console, being led by Flight Director Jeff Radigan. You've also been hearing the voice of Capcom Chris Birch, a NASA astronaut communicating with the crew aboard Orion. We've also been joined by NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman, sitting in the back of the room, here to monitor the trans-lunar injection burn that will send our crew beyond the moon, the first time humans have done so in over 50 years. Orion is now under 2,800 miles away from Earth. And again, we are 21 minutes away from the time of ignition for the trans-lunar injection burn. Since launch yesterday, that was 1 day and 53 minutes ago, we have been in a high Earth orbit, an elliptical orbit around our home planet. This trans-lunar injection burn is the commitment to flying by the moon and splashing down in the Pacific Ocean on flight day 10.
Integrity, tank pressures are good for the burn.
Integrity copies.
Under 20 minutes now from the time of ignition for the trans-lunar injection burn. Teams on the ground reporting good configuration of the Orion spacecraft.
All right, and Houston, we're showing DBDT, it's fluctuating, but 0.0129, and as it's still going positive up to 0.005.
Copy, Jeremy.
And we're watching the Eclipse cabin leak.
Copy, Jeremy. Jeremy, we see DPDT stable. We want you to continue to monitor. Continue to monitor via procedure number 2.1.0.
I just noticed a change in the fan speeds just prior to that.
Copy, Jeremy, and that tracks with our actions here on the ground. We were just changing the ARS state.
Okay, we will continue to monitor this as well with you in parallel, and we'll keep progressing with the burn.
That's a good read back, Jeremy. We're following along with you.
Calls from Mission Control Houston and Orion as they received a cabin leak warning. However, teams on the ground were transitioning the air revitalization at that time. The crew will continue to monitor the status inside the cabin. However, we are still go for translunar injection burn at this time. The solar array wings are in motion ahead of this burn. We position the solar array wings so that there are no loads imparted on them during the burn, keeping them safe from damage.
Integrity, we see a stable cabin pressure. We believe that this is associated with commanding we were doing for ARS, and we will be doing some suspected leak cleanup actions after TLI. For now, we are continuing to press for TLI.
Okay. Crew's feeling good about where we're at right now. That is all tracking, and we are go to continue.
Houston copies. Thanks, Jeremy.
After looking at the data here on the ground, further confirmation from the teams that they believe the warning the crew received was when they switched over the air recirculation system following the exercise that occurred earlier. The cabin temperature and pressure have been reported as stable, and so the crew remains go for translunar injection burn. They'll take some actions to clear that warning that they received after the translunar injection burn, which is targeted to start just about 14 minutes from now. That burn, 5 minutes and 49 seconds, will be on the Orbital Maneuvering System engine, part of the European Service Module. We are now 1 day and 1 hour into the flight of Artemis II. "13 minutes from the time of ignition, Orion just about 1,300 miles away from the Earth's surface.
Integrity, maneuver to burn attitude starting in 2 minutes.
Integrity copies.
Integrity, saws are configured for the burn.
Copy, saws.
The calls you hear in Mission Control Houston coming from Capcom NASA astronaut Chris Birch up to the crew aboard Orion. The solar array wings have been configured into the position for the burn. They are moved forward up toward Orion and away from that orbital maneuvering system engine. This protects the solar arrays during the burn, keeps them safe from any loads that may be imparted from the thruster as it fires. Again, coming up on 11 minutes until the time of ignition, and we are standing by for Orion to maneuver into the burn attitude. Orion now just 1,000 miles above Earth. Just over 10 minutes until time of ignition for the trans-lunar injection burn that will send Orion beyond the moon and commit us to a splashdown in the Pacific Ocean on flight day 10. Approaching 900 miles above Earth's surface, and at time of ignition, Orion will be just 115 miles above Earth, approximately 250,000 miles away from our lunar neighbor. Quiet here in Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, as we approach the trans-lunar injection burn. Less than 9 minutes away from time of ignition of this 5-minute, 49-second burn. Again, the crew received the go for this configuration this morning to proceed with trans-lunar injection from the mission management team here at Johnson Space Center.
Integrity, roughly 1 minute left in our maneuver to burn attitude.
Okay, we show the same.
Orion now 650 miles away from Earth and continuing to be maneuvered to its burn attitude, or its proper positioning for that trans-lunar injection burn. All flight controllers here continuing to monitor their systems, and everyone remaining go for our journey to the moon.
Integrity, Orion is in burn attitude.
Okay, we show the same.
Capcom Chris Birch confirming to the crew that Orion is in the proper attitude, the proper positioning for the translunar injection burn, now less than 6 minutes and 20 seconds away. Orion is less than 500 miles from our Earth. Again, we will watch that tick down to 115 miles above the Earth's surface. Coming up on 1 day and 1 hour and 10 minutes since the launch of the Artemis II mission from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. And we've just marked 5 minutes until the time of ignition for the translunar injection burn, which will send us to the moon. Our crew, Commander Reed Wiseman, Pilot Victor Glover, Mission Specialist Christina Cook, and Mission Specialist Jeremy Hansen are all aboard the spacecraft, which is properly configured for the burn. This commits us to leaving Earth orbit and moving beyond the moon. It also is our deorbit burn and commits us to coming home, splashing down in the Pacific Ocean on flight day 10. The spacecraft is in the proper attitude, the proper configuration, with its solar array wings swept up toward the spacecraft, allowing the orbital maneuvering system engine, which will conduct the burn to prevent it from imparting any loads on those solar array wings. This will be a 5-minute and 49-second burn, at which point Orion will be just 115 miles above Earth. It remains quiet here in Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, as teams continue to monitor their systems. Everything's still looking good, and everyone go for translunar injection. Three minutes now until the time of ignition for the translunar injection burn. Orion now 190 miles above Earth's surface, 248,600 miles away from the moon. Continuing to hear good reports from the flight controllers here, Artemis Mission Control in Houston. Orion just 130 miles above planet Earth. As we mark 1 minute until the time of ignition of the trans-lunar injection burn, correction to an earlier report, that will be a 5 minute and 50 second burn on the orbital maneuvering services engine. Mission control is go, the crew is go. You're getting a live view from Orion now of Earth. Ten seconds until trans-lunar injection burn start.
Integrity, good engine, good control.
We show the same. Feels great up here.
At MET, mission elapsed time of 1 day, 1 hour, and 14 minutes into the Artemis II mission. As Orion was flying 115 statute miles above Earth and 247,600 miles away from the moon, we have the start of the trans-lunar injection burn that will send the crew around the moon, the first humans to do so in over 50 years. Again, this will be a 5 minute and 50 second burn on the orbital maneuvering service engine, part of the European service module. Continuing to hear good calls here from Prop in Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas.
Integrity, looking good.
Integrity copies.
Velocity of the spacecraft ticking up, now over 23,900 miles per hour. Two minutes into this 5 minute and 50 second burn. Continuing to get good calls here in Mission Control Houston from all flight controllers.
Integrity, we copy the enabled caution, no crew action.
Okay, integrity copies.
The crew did receive a caution on their screen and have no action at this time. We continue to burn the trans-lunar injection burn.
Integrity, similar caution, no crew action.
Integrity copies.
Over 3 minutes now into the trans-lunar injection burn. These live views coming from Orion as it looks back on Earth, leaving high Earth orbit and beginning its journey to the moon. We are now 230 miles above Earth, 246,500 miles away from the moon. Again, this burn started on time, MET, mission elapsed time, 1 day, 1 hour, and 14 minutes. We are targeting a 5-minute and 50 second burn. We've just hit the 4-minute mark into the burn. Quiet here in Mission Control Houston as flight controllers continue monitoring all systems. Everything looking good. We have 1 minute left in the trans-lunar injection burn. Everything continuing to look good. Again, these live views coming to you from Orion as it looks back on Earth and begins its journey to the moon. And this, a live look inside Mission Control Houston. Flight Director Jeff Radigan monitoring all of the Orbit 1 teams. NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman has also joined us in the room to monitor the trans-lunar injection burn. We have less than 20 seconds left of this burn. This is the final major burn for the mission because this also serves as our deorbit burn.
Integrity looks like a good burn. We're confirming.
Integrity copies.
Confirmation from teams here on the ground to the Artemis II crew aboard Orion. We have trans-lunar injection burn cutoff and early reports that it was a very good burn. Orion now 520 miles away from Earth. Just 5 minutes ago, we were only 115 miles above Earth's surface. That distance will continue to increase as we are now on a trajectory to fly around the moon for the first time in over 50 years. Live views from the Orion spacecraft as it looks back on Earth following completion of the trans-lunar injection burn, the burn that commits us to flying around the moon. It also commits us to a return to our home planet on flight day 10 and a splashdown in the Pacific Ocean. But for now, these views of Earth as Orion starts its journey. This is Artemis Mission Control. 1 day, 1 hour, and 24 minutes since liftoff of Artemis II.